Make it bigger. You're in the supermarket. Well, you're first. What are you getting in the supermarket? They got a new flavor of Canada Dry out. Splash of strawberry. Mmm. Yum, 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 yum. Not as good as the cherry, but it's still really good. Yum, 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 yum. You're getting funny looks. It's at them. People give me funny looks. I turn around and I go, usually gets rid of the funny looks really quick. And he goes scampering away. I like messing with people. Oh boy, do I love messing with people. I practice. It takes a lot of practice to build up that evil laugh. If you want an easy practice for spooking, elevators are wonderful. I stick my nose right in the crack of the door. Then as soon as the door opens, I just go, whack! 50-50, there's no one on the elevator. But usually when there is, there's usually someone right there at the door looking to get off as quick as they can. Oh boy, do they jump. Hey, Cassandra. How are you doing today? I finally got a couple more of those modules in. Oh, I am so happy for the warm weather. It means the electric bill is going to be relatively low. Well, the last month's hasn't come yet, and I'm not looking forward to that. It's going to be a big one. I had to run a heater for a week. That's going to be pricey. What pisses me off is I did the adult thing and I planned correctly. When I had the money, I bought the $5,000 triple head mini split, which will is enough to heat this entire house comfortably, whatever temperature we want, and it uses less electricity than the little single head mini split that I have. Because the single head mini split's a 14 SEER, that's the efficiency rating for these things, while the triple head 27,000 BTU unit is 23 seer. So, it's so much more efficient at 220 volt and the higher seer rating that it actually uses about the same or slightly less electricity than the little mini split. And of course, in 6 months it died. What are you going to do? Am I in a spaceship? Yep. That's the view outside the window. Good morning, me bed Joe. Yeah, you can't get this anymore. It's a tapestry that I got off of Temu. It's not available anymore, which is a pity because I'd love to get another one. This is it's like well, it kind of looks like the cupola on the space station. I wish it was a little wider so it would cover the whole face from window to window. That'd be awesome if I can get like a custom size, get a little wider. I got the first prototype of the tower light done. Wrong size. Turns out the picture on the listing was a rendering, but yeah, it's I've got to make some changes though. These are heavier than I thought. So the why can't that turn? I should be able to turn even without me testing those. Huh. It can't do it. Well, anyway, this plate isn't thick enough. It's able to flex, which means these are able to pull themselves out of their binding and fall. So we have to I'm going to beef up this little joint here, and I'm going to thicken up this plate quite a bit. I might be able to get away with just thickening up this plate. And the mistake I made is these reinforcement ribs I put in, they actually need to be here, where it's actually going to flex, because that's where it actually pokes into the joint here. So we're going to add ribs there, and we're going to thicken it up by at least 7 or 8 millimeters. And then I'm going to add a little tab on this end inside to a little more friction fit, give a little more bite for the screws to bite into. They also stick out the bottom a little bit, which is going to poke you. So we're going to add a little bubble, a bump there. The holes are probably not too big. It's probably just they don't have enough bite. So I ended up just sticking a piece of filament in the hole to add with. I wish these damn lights came with slightly longer wires. If these lights came with slightly longer wires, then I'd probably be able to use no extra wiring to wire these all up into a single Wago type connector. Wago type connector. But they're a little bit too short. They're not quite long enough because they need to go all the way around to one side. Which is really annoying. Really, really annoying. Otherwise, everything fit perfectly. The filament paths are perfect. They swivel perfectly like they're supposed to. No interference. Good question. I don't know. They're 12 watts, so they're probably 8 to 900 lumens. Yeah, but then you need 2 Wagyos on each side, more wire, another set of Wagyos, more wire. Obviously, that's what I'm going to have to do, but it's annoying that I have to. Um, Actually, I'll probably just extend the wires and solder. So because the Wagos are more expensive than wire. But I also got the parts in for the Bluetooth. So when we're done with the tower light, we're going to work on the Bluetooth. So there is the board, the Bluetooth module, and here is the speakers. No idea how good they are, but see. Well, I have to use two no matter what, one for the positive, one for the negative. But the problem is now I would need four because the wires aren't long enough for all five to get to one point. Technically they are, but they'd have to phase in time and space and coexist in the same physical location as the shafts going down the middle. Well, that's not going to work. I got the tower, and it is surprisingly nice. If you want to make one of these, this is worth the $40. It seems so far to be really well built. The rendering was wrong. It showed this being the same diameter as this, and it said this was 22 millimeters. That probably is 22 millimeters. Problem is, this is bigger than 22 millimeters, and there's a screw on it. So I've got to make the hole bigger, and I've got to make a channel for that screw, so that you can fit this over this. So yeah, it don't fit. Rawr. Although, do I even need this? Can I just remove this? That's tight. That was really tight. That does not want to come out. I don't want to strip my screw. I need a beefier screwdriver, I think. Does it unscrew, or does this work? Nope, ain't gonna work. I don't know if that comes off. Yeah, I felt it wiggle a little bit. I don't know if there's red locker on there or what is keeping that screw from turning anymore. I don't want to break it though. See, it moves freely in and out. I can feel this wiggling a little bit. I don't know. I might be able to just take this off and then fit the light on. I'm not sure. I might have to grab a pair of pliers later on and see if I can get that off. Then again, this is also probably a pretty common part. So designing one for this might work well. The other thing I'm thinking about doing is making this twice as wide. And then having a sabot type fitting inside of here. And then you'd have a single screw go through the side into the sabot. And so you then would not have to redesign this and reprint this for each version. Then just print the sabot shell that would go around this that would fit inside that. That would be a very short, very fast, easy print. So you would design your little sabot to fit this with a specific outside diameter that fits that. And then you would slip your sabot on, slip your light on, screw it in place. That would make so that you wouldn't have to keep redesigning this relatively large part. A couple other changes we've got to make. I need more bite for the screws here, so I got to add some meat inside of here. This needs a little bit more meat into here, so I can recess these a little bit further. That's easy fix. And then I think we might be able to get away with well, an easy solution is to put a screw in it. So let me get this spread out for you. Go. That is like that. All right, so there it goes. That's your flower petal light. It sits like that. Problem is, they bend out. And eventually they pop out. Because this plate here, this is too flexible. So we need to beef this up quite a bit and probably extend that a little bit. So that this has the stiffness to hold up this weight of the light. Should not be hard. Really? Don't mess with me, I'll bite you. Kiss. Keep it simple. Well, the QD solution would be to have a screw right here that would screw into this, and that screw would this here would be a slot, and as you turned it, it would pinch underneath the screw, and that screw would hold it down. But then I realized, well, I could just blow 5 more grams of plastic and just double the thickness of this, and now you don't need 5 screws. So we're going to try that first, because plastic is cheaper than hardware. So that's the first thing we're going to fix. That. Well, let's fix the bottom plate real quick, because that's easy. What is that diameter? Oh, this is going to be fun. I gotta get my calipers. So this is 23. We're going to make it 23 and a half. Take this, we split it, and we split it again. Take this. Is 1 enough? It should be, but I wish I had a working pair of calipers. Yeah, I must have a dozen pair of calipers, and I can't find one. I can't even find my Mitutoyos. See, that's 22 on the button. And I made that 22.5. So if I make it 1 more millimeter larger, it should work. Okay. Have to realign. Something doesn't feel right. You and you. Wait a minute, that's separate? Oh my god, it is. Okay, that needs to change. These need to be joined. Because otherwise, this won't fit right. Why can't I see that? Oh, I can see it. Okay, it is poking through. All right. It's a good thing I caught that. Well, it would have been easy to fix, but it would have been annoying figuring it out. Freeze you. you, and join. Now we make this transparent because these have got to move up. Hey, 3D Medic, how are you doing? These aren't getting any bite. Means they need to move up a couple millimeters. There we go. Then we do this. Okay. That should take care of that. As long as that's enough plastic there. Should be. Not a high stress. Not that high a stress. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, length. This only needs to be 45 millimeters long. And see how it's upside down? It needs to be, do you select the damn thing? Thank you. 45. And we're already pretty close to 45, so I'm happy with that. Okay. And now we need to keyhole this. Come on. And oh. It can't thread. Oh, that's annoying. Once it keyholes the screw, it won't be able to thread any longer. I got to think about that. I might need to secure it a different way, or I might need to the Sabo would fix it. That's a lot more work than I was intending right now. I could also replace that screw with a grub screw if I can figure out how to get it out. Because if I create a channel in here for the screw, then this will no longer be able to rotate. And if this can't rotate, then it can't thread into the 1/4-20. All right, we'll come back to that. We'll circle back, as they say. Okay, let's delete everything except you so that I can work on this cleanly. Okay. Hey, Jerry. Oh, I gotta send Michelle. All right. Make this taller. Let's take all of this. That is all one piece. Good. And you. Let's make it double. Almost double. 12. Okay. Now, Did I not cut all that off? I did not. I realized I missed some of that. Okay. Need a control ring or master ring. Line on you, center, center. Take you, Control D, grab you, rotate you. What is it, 72? So that's 30. 36. Yeah, 36. There it is. Okay. Let's do increase wall thickness, increase the number of sides, turn you into a hole, decrease the radius until we have slight overlap. It's doing good. Ender's sleeping right there. He's just sleeping. And Noel's probably in the front door. He loves that perch on the front door. So let's make this 86. Let's make it 85. Let's make it 84. That should be enough. So now what we do is we duplicate this, add 6 to it. Let's make this 9 tall. And then we join it with this. There. That gets us a lot more beefy, to the point where I don't think we need this anymore at all. I would love to bevel this a little bit, but there's no easy way to do that. It's probably thicker than I need it. Make it 8. Okay. That should do it. Excuse me. Bring this back. Hide you. Up. Yeah, you're not tall enough. Okay. First of all, let's put a floor here. Drop. Okay. Grab everything except you. And hide. Take this. Split. 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 What is it doing? Oh, those holes down there. Split. There we go. To bring you up. Okay. I think I want to make you a little bigger. Let's make you... First, you are 6.4. 21.12. How much bigger did that make you? 0.1. Okay. 2 and 2. 21.3. A bit bigger. 1.4. Just want to get to 6.5. Close enough. Okay. I should be able to highlight all this. Join. Okay. Now the stem is taller. We'll have better bite in here. Now the taller stem can take advantage of this thicker plate. All right, think. Do I need to change anything else? I think so. Okay, now we need to fix this. Right. Once again, select everything except this. Hide it all. Bring you. Okay. So it's going to push up against here. What happens if I split this? That separates that and that. That does that. This and this. Should be able to bring it down a little bit. 0.5 millimeter. Oh. These two need to join together. Parent. Yep, that's enough meat. Okay. So it gains me a 0.5 millimeter there. Channel worked well. I had no problems with that. Okay. Go join everything. Now, how much excess space do I have? A pretty decent amount of space in there. Right? I'm going to do a little cheat. Going to view up here. This. I'm going to cut the top off just to make it easier for me to work in here. Okay. Right. Okay, 3 millimeters. That. Shift you this way. This way. Just like that. Okay. Okay. That. Now, I want this. Not what I want. Okay, that works. Let's go 2 millimeters. Go this way, and this way, this way. There we go. I need that to stick out more. Longer transparent. Turn you red like the other one. No, I need you to be yellow. Because when I ungroup this, that's going to turn red. That. Rid of my little cheat tool. All right. Take this. Let's do this. You and you are going to align. Excuse me. Align on you. Center. Join. Okay. Now we take this. Split. First, I need to join this and this so I can see inside. Okay. Good. Good. Take these two. align, keep you here. Why'd you do that? Why did you unselect the piece? I don't understand why it does that. Line on you here. Okay. Control D. No, not what I want to do. Just want you selected. Align, center, here. Okay. Now I should be able to do this. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing today? Check it out. My tower light. First prototype is done. So the way that this will work is that these pedals. Ow! Pinch. God damn son of a bitch. These pedals will engage these little turn thingies here. If I can get this to go right. There we go. Like that. Now, if I hold that tight, you'll see you have your little pedal array of lights that'll sit on top of your power. As you can see, though, they just fall. I got to make this thicker so that it doesn't flex. And that's what we're doing now. Making some little slight corrections and tweaks and adjustments. And the tripod's actually pretty nice. This is the 10-foot heavy-duty tripod. It's a light stand. And it's pretty nice. It even comes with a little bag. I might look into see if I can find a little bag to put this in too. Holds down reasonably compact. Oh, I didn't do that, did I? Oh crap, I gotta do that up. It's relatively simple. The power comes from the battery to the BMS, the two bigger pads on the BMS, and then the basically the BMS has an in and an out. Show you. I finally got one of those little thumb cameras. Got one for $10. He sent me the wrong one though. I was supposed to get the yellow one. There it is. So it's very simple. Here's a BMS. And as you can see, you have those two big square pads on the end. That's what your 20 gauge wire goes from your battery to these square pads. And then you'll have a 20 gauge wire going from power connectors here to your PD trigger. That'll go to here. Because those are the only two connections that handle a lot of power. Those two connections from the flashlight to here and from here to the PD trigger, both can need to withstand 25 watts. So you want to use 20 gauge wire for that. So positive and negative from the battery to the square pads on this, and then positive and negative from the through board pads right there. They're marked P plus, P minus to the PD trigger. Then also on the PD trigger, at this point, you can now go to 20 gauge or 22 gauge or 24 gauge. Doesn't matter, whatever wire you want, because now you're talking, milliamps, whatever the LEDs draw. Now you go from the PD trigger to your switch. Oops. Oh. You go from PD trigger to positive and negative. That's the center two pins here on the switch. All right. So you're going to have to pick which side is positive and negative. As long as you're using red and black wires, well, then it's obvious. You keep all the reds on one side and the blacks on the other side. And then one of these is going to go to an LED driver and the two square emitters on the front of the flashlight. And the other set is going to go to the emitter on the side of the flashlight. So one will go to the front two, and one will go to the side one. You're going to use all JST connectors when you do that. So use these. Just remember to keep it sorted, male, female, so that everything just plugs in. And to install this one, you'll slide the wire through here and slide the emitter in. So your wire's on the inside now. And then the same thing with the switches. You'll have the 3 plugs on your switch. No. 1 LED driver for the front two and 1 LED driver for the side. Now, if you want to make the front a little bit brighter, use 2 LED drivers, 1 for each LED. I didn't bother. I just used 1 driver for both LEDs, which makes them a little bit dimmer, so they'll last longer. But I think even at full power, as long as you have heat sinks, you'll be fine. So if you want it a little bit brighter, then you do the switch to 2 LED drivers and then 1 LED driver to each LED. So you can either run 1 driver to both of these and 1 driver to the side, or you can run 1 driver to all 3 emitters. So 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. They're a pain to solder, but they're easy. But they're cheap. I mean, not easy, they're cheap. Just remember, you want 20 gauge from the battery to the BMS, 20 gauge from the BMS to the PD trigger. And then, of course, if you're going to do the USB power bank cap for the flashlight, don't forget to run a second set of wires on the battery to this, completely separate from the flashlight. Don't run it from the BMS on the flashlight, run it directly from the battery. And don't forget to meter your battery. The ends are not marked. It is not marked which is positive or negative. On mine, I believe I made the bottom negative and the top positive. But you can do it whatever way you want. But yeah, if you want to arrange for one of these to be able to work, just put another positive wire going down the flashlight to the cap, and then you can install this later. Because then you'll just need to run your power wires right from there. And I noticed that my wires didn't quite fit. So all I did was took my nippers and I put it right in the little hole for the battery, and I made it bigger. I just did that until it was big enough to take the wire, and that worked fine. Yeah, I downloaded a program to do that, but I couldn't figure it out. I guess I just don't know enough about it. I'll have to learn how to do that, but I should be able to do up a basic schematic, and I'll work on that. But yeah, as long as you have the 20 gauge silicone wire for the battery to the BMS and the BMS to the PD trigger, everything else could just be the cheap PVC wire. It's fine, because you're talking less than 4 watts each wire. You're talking so little power, it doesn't matter. I also got the parts for Bluetooth, so that I got a pair of speakers, and I got the Bluetooth module, so I can make a Bluetooth speaker unit out of one of these. And It probably won't be great for music, but it'll be great for audiobooks and podcasts, and it'll run fucking forever on a 20 amp hour battery. It'll run for probably weeks. Yeah, looking forward to playing with the little camera. Nice. Mine still haven't shipped, so I'm hoping they'll get here soon. He says they haven't shipped. I ordered 4 more. Wish I could have ordered 8 more, but I didn't have the money. But these batteries are nice, and they're lithium iron phosphate, so they're a hell of a lot safer, and they'll last a whole lot longer. Instead of a few hundred charge cycles, you should get a couple thousand charge cycles, which basically means you'll never have to replace the battery ever. Just remember, to take those batteries on an airplane, like if you fly somewhere, don't put more than 1 battery per device, because those batteries are 64 watt hours, and you're limited to 99 watt hours per unit, and I think 2 unit max, depending on the airlines. And it cannot go in your check bags; it has to go on your carry-on. Matter of fact, they're making a new requirement now where you can't even put the batteries in the overhead compartment. It has to be in the pouch in front of you so that you can see it at all times and be within arm's reach. Although that's not a problem with lithium iron phosphate, they're not going to make that distinction. I'm surprised the batteries came first. Wow, you got lucky. But yeah, I love the power bank. I use this all the time. It's just very handy. I use the 90A shore hardness polymaker. I like that. And I just love that I could have two 20 watt outputs at the same time, and I can plug in 2 chargers at the same time and charge this at 40 watt hours, which is really freaking nice. And those modules, they're only $4 a piece. $4.25 for these little modules. Just make sure you get the lithium iron phosphate version. There's 2 versions, one for lithium ion, one for lithium iron phosphate. Get the right one, right? Yes. Lithium iron phosphate. It actually says 3.2 volt lithium iron phosphate, because they also have the 3.7 volt lithium ion, lithium polymer. They're finally starting to release some BMSs for sodium ion, so I'm hoping in the coming months, maybe by summer, I'm going to try to get myself a sodium ion battery and play with those. Just because. Alrighty. Alright, so now we have more meat for these to screw into. And this to stop the points from poking your fingers. Okay, that should do it. All right, export socket. Come on. Export it, Tinkercad. Come on. Oh, these are easy. The pictures are in the bomb. on the printables listing. Oop, hang on. Come on. Focus, you fuck. Isn't that how AVE says it? Come on. Why won't this focus? I know it can focus that close. Yes, it's USB-C. There we go. That's it right there. Actually, you could take a picture of that with your phone right now and then just do a search on AliExpress and that'll pop up. Just do not forget, plug your USB-C PD, not USB-C, but you want a PD, a power delivery plug into this, and make sure you get 5 volts out. Because if you set this for 9, 12, 15, or 20, you're going to pop your BMS. But yeah, that's USB-C. I wouldn't do anything else. And it just pops right in there. I love how this fits so well. It just fits so good. It's a very satisfying fit. Where is my screwdriver? Where the hell is the screwdriver I just had? I just freaking had the screwdriver. I somehow misplaced the screwdriver already? How did I misplace that? Oh, there it is. Let me show you how nicely this goes in. So this little bad boy just goes right in here like this. What the hell? Come on. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that fits in there just like that. And it's like a friction fit. It's nice. And then this locks it in from above. Just like that. And locks that bad boy in there so it can't push out. I'm really proud of that. That came out so well. Now your USB doesn't push in and push out of the way. It just doesn't have much meat though, so don't over tighten that. But yeah, that works really freaking well. I'm really proud of this flashlight. This really came out well. It just came out nice. This and this, they both just really came out nice. Like it feels like a finished product, you know. It feels like a proper, project. Okay, that exported back the way you were. Okay, bring it all back. Hide you again. Okay, what else did we modify? We modified this. I believe this is the base. double check this. Tower light head. Extra large. Now it's body, cap, mount. This is going to be the body. This is going to be the cap. This, which we will rotate 180, is the mount. All right. And this we did not change, so I don't have to change that. That's it. So sadly, I got to reprint all the parts, but that's okay. I'll try printing it out of this CPE material since that's a little more flexible to make sure it's stiff enough even if you use something flexible. Because I don't think I have enough purple ABS left. Well, first I'll print the cap and make sure it's stiff enough. There is enough meat on that stalk that I should be able to test print that and make sure that that this is stiff enough to hold these in place. Because what I might need to do is I might need to make these more square so that they have a more solid bite into that. I wonder if I should also check something. This rotates 22.5, be like this, approximately. This and this. Come on, give me that and this. Then I want to rotate you 36. Okay. You going to be something like this. Like that. Well, that is a decent bite. So is that sufficient? Because I could beef up this a little bit. I think I might want to. Because there is room. Oh, this is going to make a mess. Isn't it? Yeah, it is. Do something different. Right? I like everything except this. Hide it. Okay, so I should be able to highlight everything except this. Okay. So this is all complete. And now I should be able to manipulate that. Hey, SPC, how are you doing? Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, so there is the cutout. Yeah, though you got 40 by 40 by 11, right? I think I need to just add a square to this. Just really beef it up. Or just make this taller. Why can't I pick you? Thank you. Oh yeah, that'll do it. There we go. Now the only problem is this. That's a bad overhang right there. But I know how to fix that. Okay. Take all this, not counting you. Join. Okay. That is much beefier. Now what I do is I take this. How tall is this? 6. That means this needs to be 6 by 36. Yeah, I think that'll work. You and you align with you, center. There we go. Now, I just bring this to the peak. Just do that. .8. There we go. That'll work. Except we are now protruding into this space, which means we're going to knock off a little bit. Let's go 34. Not what I asked you to do. 34 and 32. There we go. No, that's not going to work. I could just put a hole in it. Just do that and then do this. There we go. That cuts out that little corner right there. Good. That eliminates the overhang problem, and that greatly beefs up this connection here. And to clean up this a little bit, if I want to, I guess I could. Could do that. Yeah, that cleans that up nicely. So now we have a nice, smooth transition to a curve. Okay. My throughway is good. Do I have good clearance? Yes, there's enough beef in here so that's not weakened. These overhangs are good. That'll print no problem. There's enough meat from here to here. I don't have to worry about that failing, and here to here. Looks good. It's going to be socket. Downloads. Socket. Export. Yeah. Okay. Now, go to Prusa and make sure the files are all clean. Socket. One shell. Good. Auto repaired 4 errors. Fixed by Windows algorithm. And export. Cap. One shell. No errors. Mount. Whoa. I wonder why this has so many errors. Like, where are the errors coming from? Like, where is 3,864 errors? It's weird. All right. Let's get them sliced. All right. No, I do not want that. Group. Center. Prepare to print. That looks good. We have a little thin right there, but that's okay. It's only one line. Oh, that's actually pretty ugly. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Rid of that's pretty easy. Come here like this. Raise you up. Why won't you move up one more? that. Just nip off that little tip right there. Support. Double check, make sure it's clean. No errors. That was the wrong file. No errors. Place. Fuck. Group. All right, it is still doing thin behavior. What the hell is up with? What's that right there? I don't even get what that is. Is it doing it on all of them? Yeah, it is. Huh. That's so weird. I want to get rid of that. I want that to go away. So I should be able to do that by dropping this negative 0.4, since I'm doing it at a 0.4 layer, 0.2 layers. Okay. That should get rid of the thin behavior completely. Yes. Thin behavior is gone completely. Good. Okay. Okay. Probably should round off this edge here, but I don't think I need to, because there's plenty of room for it to rotate. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'll save as socket, support, socket. Right. Body. Right. That looks good. Model, no factories. Cap. Yeah, it's only 42 grams. And it's pretty heavy infill because we want this to be stiff. Should I seal the bottom? Like, would that help stiffen it if I sealed the bottom? Is it more or less flexible without bottom layers? I don't actually know. Let's give it 2 bottom layers. It adds 5 more grams of plastic. I'm okay with that. Okay. Yuck. Okay. All I gotta do now is print them and see if it works. Okay. Now, eventually, I'm probably going to make more changes to the mountain here. Like when I figure out how I'm going to connect these wires together, I'm probably going to build in a socket to hold that mount, whatever I decide on. Or maybe just put a couple of nubs with holes in it for zip ties. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. What the hell is that? Weird. Oh, there's more than one here. That's why. Okay. So let's hide one, delete the rest. There we go. That's why there were so many. Weird. Okay. That should do us. Do I need to make any other changes to these files? This appears to be strong enough. I was worried about how thin this neck was right here, but it appears to be more than strong enough. I do still want to make little caps for the ends of the lights so that if it falls over, it doesn't cut someone. But you probably do those. Well, they could just be PLA or PETG. Something to so if this topples over, these don't cut somebody. Probably a really simplified version of the existing app. Actually, the other end looks about the same. Yeah, that'll work. Control D. Bring you out here. Okay. This one should be pretty easy. This. Okay. Delete you. You. Okay. I don't need you. Don't need you. You can be split. You. You can be substantially thinner. And you can be thinner on this end too. Is it the same? Okay. That. Then I can do this. Okay. This. Okay. Hey. Oh. Forgot I have to do this one first. This and this. What the hell? I don't know what I just did. This. Join. There we go. Now we take this. Join it with all this crap. There we go. That's right. I'm going to put you on this back wall. Here. Drop. Okay. Put you here. Drop. Take this more than 50%. Bring it out a little bit. Control D. Put you here. Drop. Join you. And join you. There. Hey, behave. There. Now I have a little piece to cover the end This can be printed flat. I don't see anything that prevents it. Yeah. This can be printed like this. Yeah, no overhangs. We're going to call this cover. Do I already have something called cover? No, I have something called cap. Let's call it tip. Export the tip. Downloads. Oh. One shell, no errors. You're going to use socket factory. Discard. Tip. Center them. Not need so much. I think 10 will be enough. Let's lower this down to 5%. Oh. And let's leave it with 333. These are non-structural and I want them to be lightweight. Yeah. I better use a little more infill. Fill 10. You only add it 1 gram. Yeah. That's something more substantial for that to attach to now. Better go a little higher. Otherwise, they'll just snap off. Yeah. That's a nice floor. Okay. Whoa, did I just see? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's solid. Okay. Okay. And this way, you'll get bopped in the head with this instead of bopped in the head with a sharp metal object. Okay. All good. Okay. What other changes do I need? I should work on this. How do I want to do this? I gotta think about that. I gotta think. Hmm. That way, actually. You guys think of anything else that I should maybe make on this? Any corrections? Anything I should adjust? I think the last thing I'm gonna have to mess with is this. But for now, I'm just gonna print it. You could do that. There's enough room to put your name on there. Yeah, but the purpose of this tower light, DeWitt, is this. These big 10-foot area lights, for whatever strange reason, these things are like $2,000 to $4,000. And I just don't see a reason for that. Might have something to do with this. Maybe it's how much power it has. I don't know. Yeah, it's 72 volts. That's part of it. But that just seems like a ridiculous price to pay for something like that. Well, okay, if you're a commercial operation, I get it. But for a home user who just needs an outdoor area light, I think we could do a lot better. It says minimum brightness 5,000 lumens. Wow, up to 27,000 lumens. Okay, that's a lot of light. That's a whole lot of light. But you know something? If these are, let's say these are 800 lumens each, that's 4,500 lumens. That's about the minimum of this one. It's probably going to be between 45 and 5,500 lumens. So print 4 of them. and you'll still spend a tiny fraction of what this thing costs. Jeez. What's the runtime? 10 hours. Runtime is 10 hours. We're going to be drawing 60 watts. So we would need 600 watt hours to get the same 10-hour life. How much would that require? 12 times 20, 240. So 3 12-amp hour batteries will give you the same runtime. The reality is, I think a couple of 6-amp hours will probably do it. Well, no, that's why these are 10 feet tall. That's the whole point. That's why this tower is 10 feet tall, so that the light is above your head, so you're not looking at the light. You're just seeing the result of the light below it. Yeah, if you put this on a 6-foot tripod, it's just going to burn your eyeballs. Now, granted, okay, let's make sure it's muted. This thing is beefy. See, 10 foot. Look how much light it's producing. That's a lot of light. Okay, so I get it. I get it. Having a battery that can run 27,000 lumens, 10 hours, that is a big-ass battery. The motorized lift, this is a nice unit. Still, I'm not sure if that is a lot of fucking light. Jesus. You see it lighting up that site? Damn. Okay, that's a lot of light. That's an awful lot of light. No reason to. That's some clean light, too. Look how nice and white that is. That perfect gray. I'll give them credit. That's a nice light. The problem is there's no option for a home user who doesn't have any need to spend $4,000 for one of these. That is a nice unit. I'll give them credit. That's a nice unit. That's a damn nice unit. But there's nothing in between. There are these kind of things. Like here's the Milwaukee equivalent, or the I guess this would be the home user equivalent. So this is your area light for and this is the tool only. So $250 just for the tool. But you only get this little light, and it's not a 10-foot tall area light like the big one is. I want that 10-foot tall. That's why I'm making this. Also, even this here, we can do it a hell of a lot cheaper. I mean, we're doing it for, how much are we doing it for? Okay. $40 for the tripod. $3 for each light. That's 15. $5 for the socket. Let's call it $3 for the wires. So we're doing it for $63. Oh wait a minute. And well, I'm not even going to add the cost of the filament because we're talking 200 grams of plastic. It's next to nothing. 200 or 300 grams of plastic. So it's what, $5 in plastic? So for $70, we're gonna build something that they're charging $250 for. And there is ways to go cheaper. I just got although this tripod is so nice, I don't think I want to bother going cheaper. I think I'd rather just use this tripod. It's just a really nice tripod. 10 foot. It's probably not carbon fiber, but it's called carbon fiber. I saw one for $12. Telescoping. Okay, where is it? Oh, there's one for 16. Nope, that's a fishing pole. Definitely don't want a fishing pole. Come on, where is it? I don't know why it's hard to find. It shouldn't be hard to find. Well, this is similar. 3-meter carbon fiber and telescoping extension rod. All right, so it's a 3-meter rod, which means it's 10 feet, or close to 10 feet. $17. You can get it for as low as 12. I've seen it for as cheap as $12. And so all you'd have to do is either mount this to a tripod or 3D print a basic tripod to mount this to. I ordered one because it was only $11, and so I'm going to try that too. Someone who doesn't even want to spend $40 on a tripod. So in theory, we could do this for as little as $40 total, not counting the batteries, of course. Because theirs doesn't come with the batteries either. And then, of course, you would buy whatever adapter you need for whatever batteries you have. So if you have DeWalt, you buy a DeWalt adapter. If you have Makita, you buy a Makita adapter, Milwaukee, etc. So to get that, you just type in DIY battery adapter. And you just buy one of these. Like, here's one for Ryobi for $6. That's a Makita. That's a DeWalt. That's a Milwaukee. You see, it's all right around $5. That's the 4 majors right there. Ryobi, Makita, DeWalt, Milwaukee. And I'm pretty sure the rest of them are here somewhere too. I love this 2-in-1 power wheel adapter. That's awesome. They also have M12 adapter. I know there are others on here. Bet you if I just type in the name, Bosch. There's no way they're not here. Huh. And see, that there's the problem with Temu. Sometimes you can't type in the word you want. Like if you type in DeWalt, sometimes it doesn't work. See? No battery adapters. It's only showing official DeWalt stuff. And I think they do that to avoid trademark takedowns. So as you can see, they're available, but finding them can be tough. Why did you do that? Because it was an internal page that did not do what I want. Same. Yellow adapter for DeWalt. So how come when I type in yellow adapter for DeWalt, this doesn't come up? Because they're excluding it from the search to avoid takedowns. So sometimes finding stuff can be tricky. Sometimes you have to click on one and then check for other suggested items. Sometimes when you come down here, see now it's starting to show me some other stuff. Show me those. Showing me that. It's showing me those. But you can't search for it. It's weird. It's Neomon, how are you doing? Yeah, it's really weird. It's annoyingly weird. But I guess it's what they have to do to protect themselves. It shouldn't be illegal to sell DeWalt compatible or Milwaukee compatible stuff. That shouldn't be a legal problem. Now, sometimes you can get around this by typing in the battery name. So let me show you. Sometimes it'll say compatible with, and instead of saying DeWalt, it'll use the DeWalt part numbers. See these part numbers, these batteries here, these different size batteries? Sometimes you can type in those names. Like here, DCB 200. Ah! DCB 200. That's the wrong one to do because it's the 8 amp hour, but it'll still bring up a bunch of stuff. See now how I find all the knockoffs? Because they can't trademark DCB 200. So a better idea would be to find 6 amp hour. That's going to be a more common battery size. Why did you do that? Because you got that stupid fucking carryover thing. What is the 6 amp hour? There's 6 amp hour. DCB 206, DCB 180. See how they have all these battery numbers? That's why. So I think if we type DCB 206, that still brings up 8 amp hour. What's 180? Okay, that's the 6 amp hour. You gotta play the game. It's a stupid game you gotta play. But what if I type adapter? Yeah, that brings up adapters. There's the Craftsman V20. Although that looks like V20 to DeWalt. Yeah, this is so you can use your DeWalt batteries on your Craftsman tools. But you get the idea. You would buy one of these things here, $4 or $5 for whatever tool you have. You can get these on Amazon too. So I think if I actually, I think I could do this. I think that'll actually work. Yeah. So here's a 2-pack. So it's the same $5 prices on Temu. You're just buying 2. So here's a 2-pack of DeWalt for $10. Here's M12. Here's Milwaukee. Here's Ryobi. Milwaukee M18. Milwaukee. M12s. DeWalt. You get the idea. The cool thing is, this is Makita. That's all, and that's all the majors. And Polymaker has glass fiber infused plastics that are in tool battery colors. I don't know if you saw that. So there's the Makita color. There's the Milwaukee color. They have the yellow for DeWalt. There it is. So there's Power Tool teal, and there's Power Tool yellow and Power Tool red. So that's your Craftsman in Milwaukee. That's your DeWalt. That's your Makita. So if you want to print these. Now, the nice thing about the glass fiber, I want to get some of this really badly. But the nice thing about the glass fiber is it's easier to anneal, because the glass fibers will allow the part to hold its shape while it's annealing. So you, as long as you don't have any big giant, overhanging components, which for a tool battery connection you're not. One of the biggest problems with annealing is that the part warps as it anneals. So their new HTPLA with the glass fibers doesn't warp hardly at all when you anneal it, as long as your part is not too extraordinary. Power Tool green, that's Ryobi. You have an army green, a blue, gray, white, and black. They got a nice color selection. But this is really easy to deal with as far as extending it. It's just got the twisters. Just untwist this. There you go. That one's extended. The next one. And the next one. And the next one. Once I get this prototype working, I'll set it up outside and turn it on. But yeah, for $40, it's hard to argue. I mean, that's nice for the price. It's got a nice base. I mean, I have zero complaints about this. That's a nice solid tripod. Worth the $40. I wish it had a little more headspace here so that I can mount the battery module and leave it as part of it. Because right now it'd be pretty tough to figure out how to mount the battery to this while it's in closed position. So it's probably going to have to be something that's removable. So a bracket that'll attach to this and tighten up. So you'll attach your battery module to the bottom, run the wire up the mast. It even has a little case. It's just a cheap nylon case, but hey, no case, that's sure. I'll take a case over no case any day. There you go. That's nice. Nice enough that I might have to find a nice little case to mount this in. Something off the shelf that, you have room. Well, actually, you'll have room inside here for your battery module. So this can all fit in a space that big. Yeah, I can't think of anything else I need to do. Filament is working great for being a hinge. I don't see any problems. It all slid in, no issues. Just wish those wires were a little longer. Those wires are like 4 inches longer. That's the Chinese for you. They got to be cheap. They got to be that little tiny bit extra cheap. Something, we got a little time. I want to see if this works. If I can hook this up real quick. See what kind of sound this gives us. Well, speakers. One of the reasons I picked this one that I actually didn't want the independent volume control. You could just use the volume control on your phone. But I like this one because it has plugs and it comes with the pigtails. So it comes with everything you need to hook it up. It was like $3. It's like dirt cheap. So friggin' cheap. You on there so I don't lose you. Okay. And they're even color coded. The power is red, and the speakers are white. Nice. Okay. Of course, those pigtails aren't long enough. I got ear clips. I ordered a set of these. I knew they were come in handy. Probably got to order a couple more. Just because these are always handy to have. Just having sets of jumpers. Always handy. Let's do white, yellow, yellow. I have no idea which side of the speaker is positive and negative, so I'm just going to up. 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 Okay. Alrighty. If I hook this up, I don't think I can. Not easily. Where would I find a power source? No easy way to pull that out of there. And I do not have USB pigtail. Do I? Where is my Variac? I do have a USB Variac here somewhere. That's my 24-volt Variac. That won't work. Come on. This does not have generic output. That does not have generic output. What is this? I don't know which one this is. Find out. That one's 12 volts. That is not the one I want. That's 9 volts. That's not gonna do it. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hang on a minute. Okay. I gotta have something. It's here. guess I can take it. I was trying to avoid doing that. Leaf is treating me like garbage. No range. Because Nissan refuses to warranty it. But at least I can still drive around town with it. Okay. And Bluetooth is on. It's in Chinese. Nice. Easy audio? No, that's not what I want. Damn it. It paired. Something's wrong. Bad connection somehow. I thought this was a 1S device. Does this require 5 volts to run? This must be a pitchfork. Hang on. Strip some of this wire. There is my tool. There it is. God damn it, come on. Why is it so low? Possible these. Or I just have a really bad connection. What is it saying? I'm wondering if this needs 5 volts. Meaning, I thought this was a 1S. Ah, no, there it is. 5 volts. Ah, crap. I'm starving it of power. Shoot. That's probably what it's saying. It's probably saying battery low. I needed a boost converter. I don't know what the hell that is. And yeah, I need a boost converter. That's what I want to need. In the meantime, I need a USB cable I can tear apart. You know, a simple power cable. Not a good cable. Hi, kitty. Pretty sure it's yelling at me for low power. Oh, wait a minute. I can use PD trigger. Where's one of the goddamn triggers that I just friggin' had? Where the hell is the goddamn trigger that I just had? I was just taking a picture for D-Wit. Oh. There is a That will reduce voltage, but not increase it. That won't work. Where the hell is the goddamn trigger? How did it disappear? What the fuck, man? There's one. Who knows where the other one went? Don't care. Okay. Oh boy. I'm supposed to see that? How did I ever connect that properly? I don't think I remember zooming in on this and reading it. I can't read it. Okay. This side's positive. The thumb is positive. Are you kidding me? Is that a square drive? That's a triangle. That's a triangle. Ah, oh, son of a bitch. That one will do it. Oh. Round V-bus. Thread goes in here. Okay. Okay. Now we take that, we plug it into this. Where the hell's the end of the cable, you son of a bitch? Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. Jesus Christ, it wraps itself around everything. Gotta be kidding me. Jesus. I just see my Outdoor retractable camping light, camping gear and equipment, camping lights. Nice. What's it look like? Make sure we are getting 5 volts. Yes, 5 volts. Righty. Really? You're gonna tangle with me? I'm gonna hurt you. Oh shit, the whole damn thing pulled out. Isn't that nice? No idea what you're saying, lady. Oh, it's working. Try an audiobook. It's less likely to get flagged.
Algorithm. When the resistance rescued you on your you experienced a second trauma.
For not even being in an audio chamber, that's not bad.
I was taken away from Susie. I was forced to abandon her. You are a father. Anything else you identify as your daughter's protector. It was that.
That's not bad. I think I could work with that. Kind of annoyed that it needs 5 volts. I thought it was a 1S. I thought it could run off of a single lithium cell. Which means I'm going to need a boost converter. I'm going to need a boost to 5 volts. Well, at that point, I might as well just use one of these. The hell is that? Module? That's the one I didn't open. Where's the open one? Fuck is it already? Here's the fucking package. Oh, that's for the Oh, come on. Are you serious? Did I stick it in here? Ah, I think I stuck it in here. Yeah, there it is. So what I'm probably going to do is use one of these. So make it a power bank. But this will handle the 5 volts out that I need. And this will also handle the input for charging. The only problem is I think if you plug 5 volts into here, it forces this one to 5 volts as well. So I would need to have an on-off switch so I could turn off the Bluetooth so that it would not be drawing on this, so that this could auto voltage sense to, charge at 12 volts, 15 volts, whatever. Don't post the Temu link. Post the part number. The Temu link's going to be too long. Unless you get a short link. If you get a short Temu link, you could do that. Like, for example, if I want to post a link to this. So you don't want to use this. That's too long. But right here, maybe? This item ID might work. PY12842496. And what is this going to copy? That is your short link. Okay, so if you go to the Temu page and you click this little box with the arrow in it, I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. You click the box, you fucker. Box with the arrow link, and then click this copy link icon right here. Let's see if that works. Copy. What a horrible interface. There it is. You're gonna open today? You're gonna make me click it twice. You're gonna make me click it twice. Cool. So it's a flashlight and a little tower light. How tall is it? Was it 3 feet tall? Uh, 21 inches. Still, for you put that on top of a table, like right in the middle of a table, and that'll light up the table, play cards, play a game, whatever. That's pretty cool. 3,000 milliamps should run for a pretty decent time. Yeah, 3 hours. Cool. Yes, you can. You could build that for 14 bucks, but it'll be close. But yeah, you as far as homemade, yes, I could build that for probably around 5 or 6 bucks. But it won't be that nice. But yeah, that would actually be pretty easy. I would basically build my flashlight. Basically build my flashlight without the flashlight body. And then instead of 2, have 3. Here, I'll show you how to build it. But again, unless you would only do this if you wanted to for the experience. I mean, obviously, you're just going to buy it for that kind of price. Go away. Like, I'm not saying it's practical to build it on your own. At that price, I would just buy it. And of course, don't forget to check and see if you can get it cheaper. How do you do that? You click on the picture, click on the picture, click on the picture, and then you click on the, oh, it's not here on the, okay, you have to do it on a phone or a tablet. But from a phone or a tablet, just stop it. Cord keeps pulling in the thing. You do an image search. So, take screenshot, download. I can't do an image search on Temu. Okay, so on a tablet or phone, you click on the picture, and there's going to be a little find similar or a little camera icon right up here in the corner. Click that, and it'll find you every version of this that exists on Temu and see if you can get it cheaper. I can show it to you in here. AliExpress does it basically the same way. So that is not what I asked you to do. I asked you to click on that. So let's say I wanted to, oh, this might not work because I'm in the Dollar Express section. Oh, god damn it. Get screenshot. It's because I'm in Dollar Express. Let's get out of Dollar Express. Jesus, come on. Here we go. This is a good example. I don't want fucking Dollar Express. The fuck, man? Arrgh. Their choice. Oh, fucking Dollar Express. Here, these are pretty. How much you bet Dollar Express? Motherfucker. So you click on the picture and see this little camera icon right here? You'll see something similar on Temu. Both these sites work better on the app. You click on this, and it's going to find you everybody selling the same thing. So here, this guy's selling it for $7.17, $8.97, $7.12, $6.95, $6.95. And it's choice, so it's free shipping. $6.71. Ooh, this one's a charger. I would like to have one of those for DeWalt. Okay, now this one you gotta be careful. This is gonna be what's at $6.71. The actual charger itself is $34. That's because this is a charger, not just a carrier. So this can actually charge your batteries. That's cool though. But you get the idea. Like here's a DeWalt one for $9.74. Here's just a plastic $7.37. So you could find stuff cheaper just by doing that. But anyway, to build your little light, just go to dollars. Well, the problem is I can't search on the PC. So we just have to happen upon the parts. On the phone, I could search. So let's see here. Here's our USB, 91 cents. So that gets us our USB-C PD to 5 volts, which you might not need. We're looking for the LEDs for these. Oh, screw this. It'll bring up Dollar Express. So 3 volt. Come on. Why is this being so difficult? I don't understand why this is being so hard with me. Why am I logging in again? I just logged in. Go. I'm gonna grab those. I'm gonna grab these. No, we don't need that many. That's fine. I can get a shorter number. Grab those. What the hell was that? Oh, I left my voltmeter on. These. Alrighty. So you grab this. Get 20 of these for about $3. We're going to use 4 of them in our copy. So that's $1.25. No, $1. That's $1. Then we're going to get some of these. These are out of stock, but we should be able to see the price. Looks like 5 pairs. Might as well get 10 pairs for $4. You're going to use probably 2 of them, so that's 80 cents. This is $1 for one of them. We saw for 91 cents. So that's $4. No. Yeah. $2, $3, $4. Then $1 gets you 10 of these. So that's another, 20 cents. Call it. Then we need a power module, which you should be able to get for $1. And that's a 45-watt PD. We don't need that. But you can get a USB-C power module like this that charges and discharges for about $1. So we're at $5. And then the rest is 3D printed. And a battery. You'll need a battery as well. 18650. Let's click on a few 18650s. Hope it comes up in Dollar Express. Oh, it keeps opening new windows. Jesus. Knock it off. There's a battery holder if you want to do that. That's another $1. There's a 91 cents for the PD trigger. So less than $6. You're going to spend a little more than $6 because you have to buy some of the parts in bulk. You're probably going to spend right around 10 or 15 bucks total. But your per unit cost will be around $5 or $6, plus the battery. Just find some cheap 18650s. Better would be to find a name brand 18650, but they could be pretty tough to come by. Take the battery out of it. Ugh. Actually, you could just buy a lithium polymer battery on Amazon. Probably for like $2 or $3. Hey, that's a lot of money. That's 2 of them, but that's more than I want to spend. there's a 3,000 milliamp for $10. Keep in mind, the light that you're buying does not have 3,000 milliamps. It says it does, but it doesn't. It probably has 800 milliamps. Well, there's $11 for two decent ones that are 2,000 milliamps. There's an 8-pack for 22. Oh, the prices have gone up. I used to be able to get these for $5. Now they're like 11. Huh. Yeah, 'cause I bought a few of these. I was fixing old gadgets. So I would just buy a battery that fit within the space and stick it in there. And it worked every time, but I was paying like $5.49 for these. These are $10.99 now. But yeah, you could do it for under $10. It is possible, but it's not going to look as pretty as a finished product. Unless you put in the work to, do the 3D modeling. You can do it, but that's as far as a retail product, you're going to have a tough time beating that. For the fit and finish quality plug and play, it just works every time. You're going to have a tough time beating that for $14. Can you? Yes. Is it worth it? No, not unless you want to. I mean, like I said, well, okay, if I wanted one of those, I would build one because I would build it around this. Just because I'm crazy. So my little table light would be built around one of these, just because I want the damn thing to run forever. So mine would run for about a week without turning it off. So if you only used it at night, that's what, 2 or 3 weeks worth of runtime. And that's if you left it on all night. um but this would cost you, $15 to buy one of these batteries. But to give you an idea, it'd be $15 for this battery, 91 cents for the USB PD trigger, $1.16 for the BMS, $2 for a length of wire to wire it all up, $2 for a little pack of AST connectors. That would be these things here. 10 pair, cost you $2 or $3, and you'd have spares for other stuff. And the only reason I would use these is because they're plug and play. Makes it easy. You don't have to. You could just solder wire. Yeah, there's and I would build it out of those hobs, just because I can get them so cheap. They're so ridiculously cheap. Let's see here. I don't know why they're not showing up. Gotta search for it, and you can't search for it on the PC. You have to. Let me add it to the list. Hang on. AliExpress. Back. Dollar Express. Search. Bolt. Come on. Son of a bitch. Huh, they're not showing up. I wonder if they had a glut of them and they sold them, and they're basically all selling out now. I'm having a tough time finding them. And of course, with the LED driver, you can adjust the brightness to be whatever you want. This should not be this hard for me to find this. I'll just bring up one and then do a search. So you take a screenshot, grab you, image search, upload. Okay, so this the price is going up though. Here's one. There it is. Huh. It's the same price for 10 or 20? It's just not loading. Yeah, the price went up a little bit. So 20 of them will cost you $382. 10 of them will cost you $286. So that's 29 cents a piece or 20 cents a piece. 19 cents a piece. So if you buy 20 of them, they're 19 cents each. And 4 of these will easily produce as much light as what you're producing. So use 3 at the top and then 1 at the end for the flashlight. If you want to replicate the flashlight functionality. And then the LED driver. Come on. LED driver. If you want to be able to dim it. These right here. 10 of them for $1.86 or something like that. They're very cheap. There, $2.78 for 10 of them. So that's 28 cents a piece. We can get 5 for $1.86. So that's what 36 cents a piece. And just turn that little pot right there to adjust the brightness. Then USBCMS. That bring it up? There's one there. But they have ultra micro ones. They have really tiny ones. So they're like ridiculous how small they are. I just want to find it just because I want to show you. It's so small. It's smaller than the PD trigger. It's designed to fit like on the end of the battery. It's so small. But anyway, you can see they're $1. They cost $1. The little charging board. And then you just need to source yourself some 18650s if you don't already have any. Yeah, it's stupidly cheap. It's so cheap. Camera. I don't know how to find it. I see it all the time. I just don't know how to find it. I forget what they call it. But it's the size of a USB-C port. It's so ridiculously small. Board? Come on. I just want to show it to you just because how tiny it is. Come on. It pops up for me all the time. But of course, now that I want to show it to you, it doesn't pop up. These all will work. These all do the same thing. But I want to show you this little tiny one. That's a trigger board, not a charging board. I cannot believe it's this hard to find this. Maybe. There it is. There it is. I knew it was in Dollar Express. Look at this. Look at this. That's a USB charging board. And 10 of them is $3. $3 is 31 cents and 32 cents a piece. That's a full-on USB-C charging board. How freaking crazy is that? Isn't that awesome? That's so small. That's so freaking tiny. Here's a charge-discharge module. That's what you're going to want. So your battery connection is here. Should be another connection for the output. It says charge-discharge. So there should be a second connection for the device. I don't see it though. Because it can't protect from discharge unless the output is separate from the battery, because it has to be able to cut off the battery to avoid an over discharge. But I don't see it. These are nice. This is a bi-directional board. So this will allow 18-watt bi-directional charging. So you can charge it by USB-C and also discharge it by USB-C. That's nice. So tiny. Teeny tiny. I wish these had the 5.16K pull down resistors built in. That would be so nice. Let's see if it does. Is there a picture that may show it? Got an LED lamp. Ooh. Are those the pull down resistors right there? There's two of them. That looks like it might be it. I might have to try these. Because these was $379 for 10 of them. They have the required resistors to work with smart plugs. Yes! Oh, I need to add this to my picks. That's awesome. I don't need the PD trigger anymore, because this will just tell a PD charge. See, the problem is if you plug a dumb USB plug into a device, it'll work. It'll give you 5 volts. Okay, it's just USB. But if you plug a smart charger, meaning a charger that's capable of multiple speeds and protocols, into a dumb USB socket, it won't work. You get no power at all, because it defaults to 0 volts, because it's capable of putting out 5, 9, 12, 15, and 20 volts. So if you put 20 volts into a 5-volt device, you're going to see magic smoke. So to avoid that, they put out no voltage at all. And when you plug it in and they blip, it basically reads the resistance of the connection. And different resistors provide different, basically it's a communications protocol. Your device says, I'm a 5-volt device. Oh, I'm a 12-volt device. I'm a 20-volt device. And then the charger says, okay, you need 20 volts. And if it's capable of delivering 20 volts, it delivers 20 volts. That's how this works. That's how this charger right here works. Now, the reason this works, is because this is called a PD trigger. And this PD trigger doesn't actually convert power. It's just a straight pass through. But this is a variable resistance matrix, and I have it set for 5 volts, so that when I plug this in, this device tells this device, I'm a dumb USB 2.0 device, give me 5 volts. And it does. It gets 5 volts for this device. These little panel mount USB sockets are even better because they're just nice, simple panel mount. They're cheap. They're relatively water resistant. The problem is, in the past, they didn't have the pull down resistors built into them, so that when you plugged a USB A to a USB C cable in, it worked fine. Basically, a dumb charger. But if you plugged a smart charger into it, smart charger would say, "What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?" But of course, my dumb device has no idea what it's saying, so it doesn't reply. And so this says, "Well, I'm not giving you nothing. Fuck you. Go screw off. Pound sand." And that's what the PD trigger does. The PD trigger does the handshake and says, I need 5 volts, or I can program that for 9 volts, 12 volts, 15 volts, 20 volts. These plugs apparently, finally, have the 5.16K pull down resistors that are needed to tell these smart chargers, just give me 5-volt USB. And so I'm going to get a set of those and see. Because if they actually have those resistors built in, that's freaking awesome. I've been looking for one. I just haven't been willing to order, them and wait 3 weeks to get them or 2 weeks to get them just to find out it's not going to work, because it doesn't have the goddamn pull down resistors. So that's nice. That's real nice. But he said they got the pull down resistors. At least that's what he says. Have the required resistors to work with smart plugs. Nice. Well, duh. Yeah, it's a charging socket. Yeah. It's just going to give you 5 volts. Goody, goody, goody. Yeah, those two right there, those are the pull down resistors. The reason there's two is because the USB-C port's reversible. So you need one for each side. Very cool. And they're waterproof. Although the waterproof doesn't mean much because water can still destroy the socket. It's not gold plated. See, I wish they'd spend the extra nickel and just charge me an extra dime and gold plate these, because then it would be, corrosion resistant and truly waterproof. Very, very cool. And also because they're embedded like they are, they're embedded in this rubber. They're more resilient. They're tougher. They're less likely to get jacked up. That actually excites me because there's a lot of devices that run off of simple 5 volts. And it's annoying me. I can't get my cheap SD cards anymore. I used to be able to get like a 10 pack of 500 megabyte SD cards for like $5. For little things like, I got this little camera. A 500 megabyte memory card will last forever in this thing. Very, very cool. See, same thing with this. It's like this one I know does not have the resistors. See it in the picture here. See, no resistors. And I do not have the capability of, you can see it here. See, no resistors. So you would have to correctly wire this up to communicate properly. And I do not have that kind of soldering skill. No. I am not that good. My eyes would say, no, thank you. Let's make a little box for this real quick. What is our spacing? Looks like it is a 50 millimeter hole with a square at 40 millimeters. Let's fab up a box real quick, just to see if I can create a passive resonance box that'll actually make these sound decent. So let's make it 16. I don't know why this is taking so long. What is this doing? Let's close all this crap. I don't know why I didn't want to do that. This is completely incorrect. Okay. Let's radius it. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Control D. Hole. Let's make it I guess one is enough. 8. Line on you. Center. Center. Why did you do that? Center, center, center. Join. Now this should be hollow. Yes. with a 1mm wall thickness. This is going to be 50. We're going to go 64. 50 by 50. That should just fit. Okay. Center and center. There it is. Now, we're going to go here. 48 is fine. We're going to go 3 by 3. Not what I asked you to do. Is that a 3mm hole or is that a 2mm? It's a 3mm hole. All right, Control D. We're going to move this way 40mm. Join. Control D. Move this way 40mm. And take you and you. Join. Drop. Align. There and join. There. Now we have a speaker box. A little 60mm cube speaker box for the little speakers. Now, how do I want to do that? Now, the only problem is, how am I going to print that? No support whatsoever. I do not do support. You want to see how to print this without support? Let me show you how to print this without support. All right. First things first. The easy way out is to simply do this. There you go. And then just deal with the bridging over here. Depending on what you're printing, that will bridge just fine. You might have to thicken that up a little bit so that the first couple layers, which are going to be messy. But there's another way to print this and not have to worry about that bridging. It's going to look a little weird, but it'll work. Nope. Right there. There you go. Print it like that. Now to beef it up, we're going to take that. We're going to make it 25 rotations with an 0.5 separation and let's go 3 layers thick. I think 2 layers would work. Let's go 3 layers thick. Boom. So now you have that 3-layer touching brim that's going to grab that bottom and print that just like that. You would be amazed how successful that could be. It's greater than 45 degrees. It should print just fine. Actually, there is a better way. We can add a little bit more support. Hang on, I'll show you. I'm dumb. I should have thought of this. We can use this surface. That one. And then we don't need double layer. A single layer will be fine. Or 2 layers. Let's drop that down to 2. And this we can drop down to 20. The idea is just to keep this stiff enough at the bottom so that it has something firm to attach to it. Just like that. and that'll peel right off like it was never there. But yeah, you can now print that without support. And that is precisely how I would print that. There are other things you could do, but it'll use more plastic. So, for example, if you really didn't want to risk this, although I don't consider it to be much of a risk, you could also do you could fill in this space and then create a conical hole, and then again print this upside down, and then that cone will close. The speaker is going to sit right on top of this and screw into these 4 holes. So the speaker would literally just sit like that. How big is the speaker? I might need to make this box bigger now that I think about it. That top face needs to be big enough. That top face needs to be, yeah, this needs to be bigger. Okay. 60. I'm going to call it 63. So 6'3" by 6'3". Okay. So we need to make this top face bigger. Now the way we're going to do that, we're going to take this, separate that, and this we're going to make bigger. Let's make this 70. Drop. Does that fit? Nope, needs to be a little bit bigger. So let's go 72. 72. That'll work. And now we just reattach our holes. There you go. Perfect. And that orange right there is our speaker. It'll sit right on top. And it's already got 4 holes for the screws into here, 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 and here. Easy peasy, yummy squeezy. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably want those holes to be a little smaller. Because I have to use a M3. Oh, just M3s. Simple, cheap little M3 screws. Because the 3mm hole, so I have to use an M3 screw. Which means I probably want those to be more like 2.5. Do this. Split U. Split U. Split U. Split U. Raise this up a bit so it's easier to manipulate. Oh yeah, let's do a 2x2. 2x2. Now, Control D. We know the holes are exactly 40mm apart. So we make them exactly 40mm apart, and we join them, and then we Control D again, so we can make that pair 40mm away from that pair, and then we join them again. And now, since we are XY planar symmetrical, I can just grab all of this and align. And merge. And there. Now those holes are in exactly the right spot. This here 50mm hole is the size of the base of this speaker on the inside here, which is 50mm. And the outside is 63, the inside is 50. And so this speaker will sit right on top of there, just like that. That's it. It'll sit just like that. Give you an idea. What are you doing? There we go. Control D. Align everything. Okay, we take you and you. Join. Take all of you. Minus you. Join. There we go. Let's just drop another hole in the middle here. This is just to represent the speaker. There we go. So pretend that orange thing is the speaker. That will sit right on there and line up with those holes and screw in place. That's it. And I'm making this transparent just so that we can see what we're messing with inside. Let's make this a different color so it stands out more. There we go. Yeah, that's it. A speaker would sit on top of there like that. Of course, in the final version, there'll be another hole on the side here, and that will connect to the tube. So be like this. It'll be like this with one of those on each end. So the battery will be here, and then the two speakers will be on the ends. Now, one thing that I might want to do, in fact, I think I am going to do this. I would rather have this be a hexagon. But a hexagon in the wrong direction. No, I can do that differently. Let's see here. Okay. Let's hide this. Bring this out. Bring this out. So as you see, I have an inside box and an outside box. That's how I was able to create this shape. So what I want is for this to have base cut. How do I do that? I think I have to do them separately. Yeah, it's annoying, but I'll have to do them separately. So we do this. Go in 10, 12. How far does that cut it? Yeah, 12 does it. Okay. This. Not what I wanted to do. Bastard. And this will actually make it even easier to print. Come on. Why do you gotta move that little extra when I don't ask you to? Where the hell is the tab? Right there. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Because I want to be able to angle this. Too much. That looks good. Now I have to do the same thing to this one. Now we originally did 12, which means we're going to do 9. Okay. Get all 4 corners? Yes, I did. You'll see in just a moment. Okay. Snap back into a hole. Come on, go away, you stupid son of a bitch. How do I get rid of this? You, align, on you, center, center, and center, and joined. So now we have the new cavity cut out. Now we have this cavity cut out. There. Now, the reason I did that was so that when I'm sitting this on the table, I can rock this thing 45 degrees this way, and it'll sit on this edge. So now the speakers will face me. And that will allow me to rock it. I can either stand it straight up. I can stand it straight up. I can stand it at a 45-degree angle, or I can stand it at a 90-degree angle. So this might be good for putting it on a shelf, while this would probably be good for putting it in on a desk in front of you. And this would be good for like in the center console of your car facing straight up. So this way you can tilt it, and there's a large enough surface area that it'll actually be stable and angle the speakers toward you. And that also eliminates the printing problem too, because now it'll just print. It'll print like that. And that will print perfectly without support. And you don't even need a huge brim. That's more than enough of a surface area for a good grip. Good. Okay, now, I don't actually think I need to put the electronics in the body, because I think there's enough space in these 2 speaker bodies to put the electronics. Okay. Let's copy this. I might make my own boombox too. They have a nice little unit that's 50-watt amplifier, which would come in, which would make a nice little unit. You know, that I would probably run on 3 of these batteries to run it at 12 volts. And that would run for a very long time. Oh my god, that would run forever. Oh. Where is my thing? Okay. Okay, so this would stick into like this, that, and then there'd be another one over here. That would be the speaker. But this is not going to be a screw in. This is going to be, well, a screw in with a screw. um, all right, how do I want to do this? Battery's secure at this end, so I would need a way of securing the battery at this end. Probably the best way to do that is with a, what do you call that? Not a pintle. A key with a screw through the side, and that would hold the battery in place, keep it from sliding. Right. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I don't need these anymore. That's my imprint. That's how I shaved down the handle. That is one piece, good. Right there is my battery stop. There's the hole through the center, and these are the threads I don't need. Delete you and delete. Okay. Hide you for now. I don't think I need this anymore. Yeah, I think I can get rid of these. Okay. I think I can get rid of these. Let's do this and this. No, because I can use this later. let's do Control D. Let's bring you over here so I can use you again. You and you. Why did that not work? You and you. Join. Okay, bring back the pieces. Now we take you and you. Join. Good. Now we take you. Join. Okay, now we have our handle with our battery stop. Okay. Rotate this way. Okay. For now, let's add this. That's the channel for the wires. Okay. Okay. Let's do an align. Fixed. Here. Here. Does that line up nice? Yes, it does. Lines up very nice. Okay. Let's take this apart again. This needs to change position. There we go. Join. 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 That gets rid of that weirdness on the end there. You here. Drop. Then we're going to Control D. Here and drop. There. So it's going to look something like that. Now, as you can see, we'll be able to take this whole thing and tilt it either direction at 45 degrees and 90 degrees. Okay. And I might even, ooh, that would be a tough print, but I might even be tempted to print this out of TPU to protect the whole thing. Let's get the whole thing above board. Let's unify it into a bundle, then hit drop, and then unbundle. This way, nothing goes below the work plane, and our relative positions have not been altered. Now, what I'm thinking is that I have a structure extend from here all the way to the other side, and a screw will go in right here. One screw holding it all together. Mm-hmm. Okay. There's other ways I could do it too. I could also have tabs here. And I could have a screw going this way. That might actually be better for a few reasons. Yeah, I can think of a few reasons why that would be a good. How far does that battery stick out? Doesn't even go in here, does it? All right, it's in the threads. It's in the second thread. So I would have to put a ring in here. A couple of screws coming in from the side. Which is doable. What I really need to do is make that longer. And then the speaker will actually hold the battery in place. That's what I need to do. How far in does that go? That goes right there. Doesn't quite make it to the... How much longer do I need to make it? How long is this? 133. It's approximately there. 133. 145. So I need to make it another 12 millimeters long. I think that might do it. I do. Take you apart again. Okay. Let's make you a different color so we don't confuse it in the future. I want to take these two bad boys, make it 12 millimeters longer. So that's going to be 145. Maybe. Yeah, that'll work. The idea is for the end of the battery to be right about here, so that the speaker will actually hold battery in with a little rubber washer in there to act as a shock absorber. that. All this back. That's going to be approximately like that. Yeah, this will work. Hey, no. All right, I got to figure out attachment. So probably the easiest thing to do would be to shrink this. Stop it. Let's see. Let's make this 15. Let's make it 20 millimeters. So it's about 1 inch. Then we're going to align it with this. Not what I asked you to do. Not what I asked you to do. I say you're going to get bitten. Want to get bitten. Okay. This. And we do this. Control D. Okay. That. That. So now we have a hole into there. And a hole into there. But the battery is captive. Stop it. God, they love messing with wires. Stop messing with the goddamn wires. God damn you, cat. What is your fetish with wires? Leave the freaking wires alone. Damn you. Okay, so now we're going to want to make a couple changes to these boxes. Namely, I think these walls need to be a little bit thicker. Well, at least these walls on this end. That's the basic idea right there. So I'll probably have 4 screws here going into that box, 4 screws here going into that box. I'll need a little bit more channeling for the wires. I don't have to worry about aligning because the screw holes will do the aligning for me. We'll beef up this wall a bit so that the screws have something to bite into. And that should basically be it. I might use those new push button switches that I got. Because nothing in here is going to be high power. And maybe wait until I get those new USB sockets. The BMS that I'm using now. So that, you know, just like right on the end cap here, have a USB socket and a push button. It wouldn't be that hard to recess them a little bit. I like it. this one will also need a boost. I need a 5-volt boost. That's right. Five-volt boost. That's a trigger. I don't need 5 amps. I need a little tiny boost converter. That's a trigger. That's not a step up. Or is it? Yeah, 2 amps, plenty. What's the difference? Oh, Type C. What does that mean? Oh, I can get it with a USB port? Oh, no, that's a direct. I don't want that. I want this. Voltage in, voltage out. Because I'll go out from the BMS to this. And then out from this to the Bluetooth board. And then I adjust this until I get the 5 volts that I need. Yeah, 2 to 24 volts, 5 to 9 volts. Okay. And it's literally $1. Yeah, I'm not paying that. Let's do a search. There's choice. Told you. See, is it under Dollar Express anywhere? That'd be even better. No longer available. Then why the hell did you show it to me? At $4, I'm just gonna get 10. I mean, it's 40 cents a piece. Can I get that to come up again? Those are pretty. Why are they different? Are they sets? What am I looking at? Different colors? Get it. Why are these different? Why are they so expensive? I just want those. I'll save it anyway. Pretty. I'll do an image search later to find it cheaper. All right, now let's see if it shows up in Dollar Express. Sometimes if you do a search for something, add it to your shopping cart, it'll then start showing up here. See, I have these switches coming in. Come on, MT608. See, if I could find it here, I'm already ordering these. So finding it here would save me a lot of headaches. Buck, I think, goes down. I need boost. I could do a search for it on the phone later. It's in my shopping cart, so I can find it again. I don't see it, but I'll find it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, I don't want the ones with the adapters. Oh, it doesn't matter if it has USB-C because it has the V in and V out, so it's okay if it has the USB-C port on it. But I might as well get the Type C. Okay, so now I can get this, and that right there would take me above the threshold. Plus, I'll probably grab a pair of these earrings. No, I need the well, I don't need it. I have some, but I gotta order more. I need more of the PD triggers. I should probably order more of these too. These are handy. Just to have a few extras. I ordered one of these too in orange. Make it a little easier for me to solder. Okay. That's the word I was looking for, potentiometer. Ew. That should be all I need right now. I have to wait. Alright. I'm gonna print out one of these boxes. Just to see what it sounds like. So I want to get one printed just to put a speaker in it. See what it sounds like, see if it sounds better. Go from there. Bluetooth. All right. I got to get out of here. It's 2:40. Roadrunners today. I don't want to miss the Roadrunner. Let's see. Back. Move. What are you doing? So I thought. That's what I mean. Bite you. Ink. Oh, that's it. Easy peasy, yummy squeezy. Oh, this is not even going to need this much. I think this will be fine with one layer. That ain't going. Yeah, that looks clean. I think I'm going to definitely get rid of those layers though. Do 5 and 5. Just so I don't have any fill. Yep, good. That was a good, proper bridge recognition. Perfect. I might want to print this out of TPU. Shock absorption. Although I could just put little TPU nubs on the corners here. Okay, desktop, dazzling roof. I think I got 38 grams left, so I think I can print this. Yes. All right. I will see you guys later. Don't forget to give me support if you're able to. I have Patreon, I have PayPal. Also, if you haven't seen, what the? Stop it. Stupid button. Oh, great. There it goes. If you're able to, and if you're able to sign up for a Chime account, I'll get $250 and you'll get $100. And if you need help with direct deposit, if you're willing to trust me, I can help you with that. If you don't want to switch over your main paycheck, basically you send me $220 and then I'll send you a direct deposit of $220 to your new Chime account. I have my own service that I can use for direct deposits, and it's free. That's how I'm getting these bank offers. I keep sending myself the same money over and over and over again. You get the total direct deposits needed. But that's it. I will see you guys later.